Okay, let's go check my audio. Make sure it sounds okay. Okay, in that case, I think we are ready to get going. Welcome to the Discourager of Hesitancy. We are going to be back on our game engineless game today. We have a couple of small items while we wait for people to filter in or not as they choose. So one thing is I have this list of tasks. I've put it in the journal. My journal's getting big enough that I kind of want those tasks separated. We're just going to move everything out of this file into this file. And I think this is a simple one we can steal for today. It has no more dependencies, so that's a good one to steal. We are going to work with better texture handling. So those are kind of the two I'm thinking about starting with today. So let's go ahead and put those into our journal here. So last week, on the weekend, I went and crunched some numbers, did some analyzing of the work we've been doing. For flip's sake, OBS, where's my mouse? OBS is driving me mad lately. It's happened on Friday too. It killed my mouse cursor. Why? Oh, okay. Okay, I guess it's back. Okay. And you can see some of the math we did here doesn't really matter too much. But my end of week stats are getting informative, I think. I'm gonna kill all these because this is like an end of week thing. Don't really track it while we're coding every day. Then we get a day for today. All right. So one thing is, like timers, animations, action sequences really don't want to be interfered with in the middle. So we're printing out warnings. And that will also happen in release mode. Now, I want the warnings there so I go fix it eventually. And I think I've got all of them knocked down for now, but I don't want them to ever show up in release mode. So I think we can either put no debug macro checks around those to say, are we in release mode? Don't log this. Or we can just log it at a level where release mode is not going to get it. So let's we may do that. So if we go to main, the first thing we do is set up our logging. So when we're in debug mode, we log everything, whereas in not debug mode, we only log warnings and above to the console. When we're ready to get this rolled out, we're going to dual log. We'll log the console and we'll log to a file. And that is easy enough. That's set file level. So we can actually log two different levels. One to the console, different one to the file. But we also have to set the file, so we're not gonna bother with that right now. It's not interesting. Everything I need comes on the console while I'm in development anyways. So maybe we just or log at debug level. I like log at debug level because we can capture the debug logs to a file if we want, whereas if we compile in a no debug macro, then we never have an option to get that data out. Actually, logging level could be something we put in the configuration. Is that something we want to do? Log levels in config. That's an option. One other thing, I did not like the way that I left the writing config to a buffer instead of file. So in other words, we're going to fill it, we're going to get a buffer, we're going to write everything to the buffer, and then write everything in a single file, right? This is, at this point, premature optimization. Like, it doesn't matter. This happens only during program close down, and our config file is around 50 bytes. So it's not really going to change the performance of anything meaningful in our program until we're going to copy a lot of our binary file read write techniques when we start saving playbacks. And those are going to be much larger, and we may have to flush those to disk periodically if someone leaves a run long enough, maybe. So we will want to be efficient in the way we write files. So we'll make it a small test here that we can use as a template for the next time we need to write binary data files. All right. Trying to think if there's anything else we really want to tackle today. This texture handling is going to be a big one. A lot of our other tasks rely on our texture handling being better. So if we go to our to-do, we need to be able to batch texture quads. Is that true? Do I actually need that? So here's the thing. Right now what we have is we have a texture quad. So I can specify a rectangle on screen and say here's a texture. What it does is it creates all the 4 vertices, the 6 index points for the 2 triangles, and maps that onto a texture that it's drawn to that rectangle. But that's a very inefficient way to use your GPU. One quad, one texture, draw. You want to reduce the number of draw calls. So anytime I can set up a whole bunch of rectangles or triangles, or whatever, anytime I can set up a whole bunch of quads and send either one texture or a handful of textures and tell it one draw command, that will always be more efficient. So, but do we need that? Now, as part of that, one of the things you can do is use large textures where you only set one texture, and there are segments within it that define what each quad needs to look like. So that would be similar to a sprite sheet. The difference is a sprite sheet is basically one image that, well, typically it's a sequence of images that would be used in an animation. So when I use sprite sheet, I'm talking about both here are multiple textures within one texture, which, yeah, need those texture handlings. So we are also going to be changing eventually our buttons to not look like color quads. Tech button updates do not draw gray quads. Let's see. Anything else? Local high scores is a thing we will do after replays. We have some things in animation that we might want to tackle. I can only think of one use for sprite sheets that I care about right now. So maybe we'll come around to that. So I think this is a decent place to get started. So back to our journal. Okay. And do I want log levels in config? So one of the benefits of log levels in config is that I can then go turn the log levels up if I want. But explaining to a user how to change the log level for a binary file is a problem. So if they find a bug and they're like, oh, I can't fix it, what I would have to do is ask them to send me their config file. I would modify it, send it back and say, here, plug this in and go try to duplicate the bug, and then send me the log files. So I'm not actually sure there's much benefit to this task. But it's nice to have the option, I guess. And we're going to be changing the way that we write the config file anyway, so it's a low cost effort. So like I said, we're going to start with a couple of easy things, then we'll get into the texture handling, which right now is pretty abysmal. Oh, here's another one I really want to get around to, but I don't need to do it today. So let's do a... What are we going to label this one? Maybe a tech debt? Remove remaining STD containers. I have used STD containers in a small handful of places. One is in all of my data warehouses. I'm using an STD, basically an unordered map or hash map to map a name to an index. But I honestly think it'll be we can do the whole thing as a set of fixed size arrays. And if you give me a name, we can literally just blaze through the array probably faster than we can hash. Because none of these are big. Hashing gets more and more efficient the larger your data set gets. Maybe in some of our data stores. So the warehouse contains binary data. The store contains interpreted representations of that data in the warehouse. So an image warehouse just contains a bunch of bytes and a width and a height. This data store for images, do I even have that? Let's see. What contains the word store? Image warehouse. We don't even have an image store, which is fine, but we do have a... Do I not have any stores anymore? Let's get a shell. Store. Okay, so we have a font store. So the font binary data is stored in one map. The font store is going to contain the representation of that. Shader code and shader store. Okay, so yeah, our warehouses are stores. We need to look at those. The other thing is our actions or our scheduler. think that would be more efficient. Warehouses, maybe just a fixed array iteration. Basically, we're applying a map abstraction before we know it's necessary. So a hash map can be some very large memory, not memory, data lookup gains, but not always. If your arrays are small, it might not be any faster. So maybe we'll put like a pound define and say use STD or not use STD, and we can measure in the end. But I suspect it won't actually impact our runtime at all because we only look up textures a few times and then keep them around for the duration of this scene. So, or we will. Okay. So let's get started. I've decided to look at egg timer, warning. So yeah, while it's running, you can't change how long it's going to run. So let me put this in debug. You can't start it if it's already started. It has no effect, but it means that somewhere in my program flow, I did not correctly anticipate the state of the timer. You can't pause it if it's not running. Oops. It's already stopped. And I could edit all these at once, but I want to look at each one and make sure it makes sense as a debug message. Okay. Stopwatch, I think, has similar issues. All right, already running, not running. Already stopped. Cannot reset. Okay. Animation. Okay. Actually, I think we can remove this testing. Animation's been running great for a long time. Oh, no, I want to leave that in for debugging. Later on, it's really good for knowing what's going on. Okay. So basically, anywhere I use a timer, an egg timer, or a stopwatch, I also wrap similar checks in the class that is using it. So when I get the log message, what I actually get is the highest level. So I understand what it's running through. Instead of saying, oh, my egg timers are always telling me that we're not running yet, I just know that it's the animation in this case that's complaining. Okay. Okay, similar thing. Be careful about our running state. I think that's that. Everything there looked the same. Out of curiosity, for warnings, exclude their We don't want to look inside of our dependencies directory. Might take a minute. Let's do a quick clean. Run that grep again so we can get all the GCH files. Yeah, that's much faster. Application has a warning, which is fine. Font warnings are not timer type inputs. Input's fine. That's where we implement warning. That's fine. Shader, open files. Yep. Okay, so that looks good. So let's go update our journal. Decided to put egg timer, stopwatch, animation, action, splits, warnings, as debug messages. Ooh, first win. Easy stuff. But I also find it's like important. One, it gets your brain started early in the day in your project. Two, it gets you a couple of early wins so that your day isn't a complete waste. And three, if you let these little refactors accumulate, eventually it becomes a big nightmare. So we add everything, commit everything. Boom. Okay, first win, not even a half hour in. Nice. All right, back to our journal. What are we doing? Okay, so this one, we're going to application. Let's just align everything. Okay. There we go. That looks neater. One thing this lets us clean up actually is this. No, we don't have. We could leave this macro here. But we have this handy flag right here that tells us if we're in a release build or not. So we could use this instead of checking for debug in other places. How many times do we use that? Now let's go into source. Or debug excluding our dependencies. And if I can type correctly, exclude. It's an application. Main looks. Make file makes sense. OpenGL helper. Shader. is a release. Is this a release build? We only log warnings, otherwise we log everything. Is that better? I don't know. I mean, obviously it adds one branch into my code that wasn't there before. It's probably better to have everything relative to one place. If I have other flags which determine what kind of build I have, then that's better. So let's go look at shader. I wonder if we can get rid of this warning. Oops, did that the wrong way around. We capture count. We just always say void cast count to suppress the message regardless. We're in release build. This might just be easier. No branch. This has no operation, but it does suppress the compiler warnings about unused variables. Assert only inserts code. Yeah, assert is a macro. It inserts code only if ndebug is not defined. So that's why, release build, it'll complain about the count not being referenced after it's being set, but we can suppress that, I think, with this. So maybe that's good enough. OpenGL helper. Nope, I want to keep that one there. So basically we will have two references to ndebug, one in application, one in OpenGL. In our next project, we'll probably use a more recent version of OpenGL. I think we're using a 3.3. If we go to 4, then we can use an OpenGL callback instead of this disgusting macro. But I wanted to force myself to use an older version of OpenGL at this point. I don't need any of the features from the new one for a game this simple. And gets me some of that historical context. So I think this is good. We should test by building in release mode and see what warnings come up. Maybe we have to suppress some other warnings. I thought I had a couple build up over the last week or so. Yes, those ones. I don't know why they complain about that sort of thing. We're going to ignore that one for now, until I decide what to do about it. Because here's the thing, this is defined in the standard. If you initialize a structure to a literal that only contains 0, it knows that it has to zero fill all the fields of that struct. That's part of how it works. So why is it complaining about it? I did not miss an initializer for any number. This is definitionally all members are set to 0. Oh, my menu scene. And the warning we can suppress. New Y. I don't actually think we can get here without setting new Y, but it can detect that. Because there are only 3 play modes, marathon, sprint, and golf. Those are all defined, therefore new Y will always be set. Ah, okay. What if we do the unnecessary and say golf and default are the same? Would that suppress the warning? I'm just curious. Unused parameter? That's awkward. Okay. Well, we suppressed that one. Oh, interesting. We marked that as private, did we? I guess we'll just make it public. We'll make these other things public if we need to. All right. We don't need to do a clean. Jeez. Why? Why are you so stupid? New Y. Oh, is this a different one? No, it's not the same one. Okay. Different one. Default. Those were all the possible enumerable values. All right. Cleaning release. Just make sure we got rid of all of our warnings that we care about in release mode. I think I'm a little obsessive about getting rid of these warnings, but I've been in projects where the warnings have built up for years, and there are hundreds of them. And then sometimes you'll get a bug, and you'll find out that the warnings have been telling you about that bug, but you couldn't see it. Could not find the needle in the haystack that was telling you what was wrong. So I am pretty aggressive about keeping the warnings down. No signal to noise ratio if you're a electrical engineer or digital signal processor kind of person, or an audio engineer. I don't know. Okay, so that seems to have worked. Just run a quick debug build as well. Sometimes we get slightly different warnings because of the ndebug flag. See? Oh, vertex array. I think I'm actually suppressing this warning specifically in release mode because I'm so tired of seeing it there. As far as I can tell, that's an OpenGL specific thing. We can go look at it while this is going. So where's our offset defined? Offset is 0. We get on the offset, and then we add to that offset. So yeah, it's an OpenGL thing. Not much I can do about it. Okay. Okay, so everything's working. Quick, oh, quick test to make sure it's doing what we think it's doing. Oh, good heavens. Source builds debug. Okay, it's running. It's fine. Animations, colors, everything looks good. Okay, good. Oh, there was one other thing I wanted to know. Let's bundle this in under our tasks real quick. Under the simple level. Log scheduler. There we go. So every scene has a scheduler and it handles the whole scheduler. So all we have to do is int underscore scheduler load in the scene. And then in the destructor, destructor max scheduler load is this number. And the only change is here. Oh, interesting. And Q, we also need to keep track of the Q. Basically, before things get started, they go into a queue to wait being started. There we go. I bet I don't have access to that information from here. See, these are those lists I want to get rid of. One of the reasons I want to log out how this queue fills up and how much this queue fills up. Gives me an idea of how to best do this. Because we could get a lot better reusability every time we create a new action sequence. Like, it has to be allocated and then stuffed into the list, and then we move it from here to here. We might be able to do some much better things with a buffered, so with a bucket array. Okay, let's see here. We'll just add a couple of accessors here. Node action sequences. Actions queued. These are strictly for development. There's no reason for these to live forever. Yeah. Return. Oops. I could have been queued before. Active. That lines up nicely. STD list. Get size, which is terrible. Oh dear. Let's see. Just looking this up. Size, the number of elements. Yeah, it should be either length or count. But no, it's size. I disagree strongly. Then we go back to scene. Now we can check. We should do this before update. I think. Change the direction on this real quick. That way the assignment looks exactly like check. And now that I've got this active word, I like that better than load. And the other thing is queue to queued. Yes, no, no, yes, 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 no, yes, no. Here, that's it. Now we will be told how busy our queue is. Mickey Maven, welcome aboard. Satrack75, I don't think I've seen you in my chat before, not that I can recall. Welcome, welcome. We're starting off with a couple of easy tasks today. We'll jump in with something more meaty after we knock down some easy ones. You know, nice easy startup on Monday. As always, if you have any questions or suggestions, let me know. until chat gets more active, I just ramble stream of consciousness while I code. Okay, so we've got our program now. So the scene 0, which is the main menu, had nothing interesting to say. And this is already going to bother me. I renamed load to active, messed up my mining up. Okay, good enough. So if we get some of our normal animation sequences running, oh, interesting. So that's this, and no toads. Ooh, chips has 4 in it, CHIP, which is all of it because this is already out. M or E, no N. Huh. Let's go with stump. It is M, not E. Chimp. Hey. Honestly, that's probably everything we needed for the action sequencer to test against. So if we surrender and go back, we had 22 queued at one point and 22 active. So the reason for that is when we hit this X, it started several of these letters and several words, green and gray, and reading out their lines, their text. So if we hit, let's see here, BD, flogs, jacks, waxed. If we hit this button, it's going to knock out all but 15 letters. So 26 minus 15 is 11 letters. So there's going to be 11 there. It's going to knock out any letter in here that does not have, that has those. So 1, 2 animations there, 3, 4 here, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that's where those animation sequences are all getting queued up. Those are the big ones. These are the big events. Okay, and if we double click a word, that starts, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, plus these ones. So that means, 38 scheduled action sequences. Okay. So that is good information. We're going to keep an eye on this, on these numbers. And see what they normally are versus what they... we're just going to keep an eye on this for now. Kind of like this max events list I've got. It's another thing I'm just keeping an eye on. Okay, so we should save all that. Let's go to the journal. We are max. We are logging that. Okay, so fixed various warnings. Scheduler max action sequences and all logged for track. Reduced, define, and debug checks. Use application release build. I guess that's more of a semicolon. Okay. Why is scheduler saving random files there? Usually that happens when I'm in an unsaved state. Huh. No, we don't need this. This in debug checks. Logging. Scheduler. Max activity. Boom, there we go. Next. So these two we're going to kind of do at the same time. We're going to change our config writing to a buffer. Bring this back to where we started all this. Okay, so here we have some macros defining writing. We don't need that. This is close to what we want. Our buffer is going to be 50. It's not 50. We counted this up at one point. In fact, we could count it up most efficiently in the load config, because here we give it types to read things into. So we have 4 bytes here, 4 bytes here, so that's 8. 8 bytes. 10, 12, 14, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Plus 4 is 26. Plus 4 is 30, 34, 38. So these are 38 bytes plus the length of string. That string is this. So int buffer size equals 38 plus the length of that. Equals new character array of buffer size. And now, when we write a value, I was overthinking this before. All we need to do is take our buffer plus our offset. Hey, Jack. Welcome. Twitter X. I love that the fact that the name still hasn't changed. Yeah, I'll take a look at your stream, your feed when I'm done with my stream here. Yeah, so here we do just good old-fashioned programming, mostly C style, C++ type stuff. Friday is kind of my variety day. Sometimes we'll go into compiler from scratch. We've done that once. We also did some world building for a tabletop game I want to design. So we get some different options going. And copy. Destination is going to be buff plus offset. And our source is going to be this value cast to a bunch of bytes. So our value is properly shielded off the address, cast as a bunch of bytes, which we then write there. Then we move our offset. Oh, stir and copy needs that size. There, so that's the right value. Right string is even simpler. Cool. There, and now I think this right stuff should all work. We assert our offset equals our buffer size. Then we write out our buffer size in one write instead of however many, 15, 20 writes. So when it comes to mental model, the fastest thing on your computer is your CPU. Then it's quite a bit slower to hit the cache. So as long as things are in your CPU on your registers, really fast. Then things slow down a little bit when you have to hit the cache. There's L1, L2, L3 cache, each is cascadingly slower. If you have to hit RAM and not hit your cache, that's slower. If you have to write to disk or read from disk, that's a whole other order of magnitude slower. So if you want to be fast, if you can, write to a buffer, then write to a file in one shot. Since we're only writing, 50-ish bytes, that's easy. We just allocate a buffer, fill it up, one write to a file. This is going to be less of a problem with a solid state drive, but it is still considerably slower to do disk access than anything that we talked about. Even more fun is it's often even slower to get network data. So if you're looking for like a rough order of how to think things in terms of speed, that's the order I go in. CPU, cache, memory, so your RAM, then disk, then network. That seems to be how it works. So yeah, we've changed it to one write instead of a whole bunch of writes. Where'd my mouse go? OBS is screwing with my mouse again. Okay. Let's just see if this works. I don't think we need to clean anything. Yes. And again, this is all premature optimization stuff. Writing this file is not at all going to be, argument of size of in Stir and copy calls the same expression as the source. No, it's not. What is it trying to tell me? The hell you? I mean, we can treat it like a char star. That's fine. Okay, it does not like size of value. Call is the same expression as the source. What am I doing wrong here? Did you mean to use the size of the destination? No, no, I did not mean that. I meant exactly what I wrote. Let's cast. We're doing what we need to right here. I'm choosing to ignore this warning to see if it works. How's that? This is the standard error stuff. Okay. I don't like that warning. That warning is them assuming that they know what I'm trying to do, and I don't like that. I hate it when my computer tries to guess what I want it to do. I want to tell it what to do, and then it better do it. Okay, so everything loaded fine, which is not surprising. When we quit, oh, the offset is not equal to the buffer. Although, right string. Am I misthinking this? Destination, buffer plus offset. Source, character array, representation of value. Here's the number of bytes to write. Size of value. Maybe we do a mem copy. That'd be less stupid then. Hey, Evie Designer 52, followed on Twitter. I see. Yep, I'll take a look at your thread, at your posts when I get done with my stream here. Happy to take a look at other people and their stuff. All right, let's look at mem copy. Mem copy. Destination source count. We'll just do a mem copy. Destination source actually we don't even really have to do anything here other than take the address of value that tells the number of bytes. Is that everything I want? It's not complaining as much. The other thing we want to do is application save config offset equal buffer size question mark. We will check. So I'm a bit new to Twitter. What makes people follow other people on Twitter? What what drives engagement? What do people find interesting? I'm also pretty new to streaming, so load config. We are going to just suppress all that for now. Should load up with defaults. When we quit, safe config equals 49. So the offset and the buffer size different by 1. Is that because of wait a second. Oh, my buffer size is too small. +1. There we go. Now it'll all work. Posting your art or linking it if you're an artist helps. Well, I am definitely not an artist, so I have to make something up, I guess. Just a second. Yeah. Okay. Where was I? Had a son there asking for what's for lunch, basically. So I think of something art-like. Okay. Load it. We quit. And now we definitely passed that, so that's good. So we go back into application. We try to load this configuration back in. There should be no difference. See, this is the problem being a programmer. So much of programming is, frankly, kind of boring. Like, the whole thing about being a good programmer is almost 99% being too boneheaded, stubborn to stop, which is really not good for like 140 character engagement. So we're going to write everything out. That all seemed to work. When we relaunch, it should find with the last save, and it should work fine. But I guess that's okay. Like, I'm not trying to get a huge following. I don't think of myself as a content creator yet. I still think of myself as a programmer. I think it'll just come with time, that changeover, if it happens at all. I don't know, maybe somebody will decide to start paying me to program again instead of me doing this. It is one thing I should fix. I've always meant to learn to be artistic, to do a little drawing and whatnot, but you know, I just never got around to it. So let's get some very deliberate values up here. So all the primes. Animations off, VSync on. We can make the screen bigger. Just make sure that what we put out is loaded back in. So settings, size is bigger. These are my primes. Animations are off, VSync is on. It's going to put everything back the way it was. Okay, so we are now writing to a buffer first, then to file. Let's go clean that up. These are debug notes, always nice to have. Boom. So we want to put log levels in our settings, in our config. Do we? Do we? I think we do. However, some caveats. All right, let's go back to our config. We can just write it out. It doesn't cost us anything to write it out. So back in main, and we are going to want two different ones. One for console, one for file. The file name is going to be hard-coded and put in your home directory. So all of this is going in application. In init. So after we load the config, then we can set our console levels. I need a couple of places to put that. Let's see, this is kind of belongs in here. Log level console, log level file. Release mode, we want the console to only log down to warning. And debug for the file. Yeah, it should probably be U8 date. Just a byte. Basically, these go in this section here. Those are the defaults. So if it read the config, otherwise, so reconfig will overwrite whatever these are with some caveats. Log level console cast to this type. Static cast this type. Actually, that happens whether the console was whether it was red or not. Main function keeps getting smaller and smaller. I like it. Okay. Do you ever look for cache hit and cache miss? To me, it's a guess game kind of thing. Just looking at function execution time, making inferences. I don't have anything conclusive about seeing what cache is used. You know what? That is something I plan on digging into in the channel. Like, I try to structure my code to maximize my cache hits, but I don't actually know how to measure it. So that is something that, you know what? Let's add it. Let's add it to our list of to-dos. End project tasks. So we're gonna optimize our bunch of size, data, code, data stuff. We're gonna figure out how to do an executable icon. We're gonna try and fix this stupid glibc crap. This is statically linked, but if I move it to someone else's computer, it complains about this being missing, which means it's not statically linked, is it? Oh, I'm not frustrated at all. But tech. Finally learn how to count cache hit miss. Yes, it is on my list of things to learn. Like I want to, but I do try to put things in arrays and iterate the array in order as best I can. There was one other thing in application that we have to do way down here. Got to delete the buffer. Because we did allocate a buffer here. You aren't allowed to statically request an array of size on a stack. So I have to allocate it, even though I know the size, and it should be safe to put it on the stack. C++ can't handle it, or C can't handle it, or somebody can't handle it. That makes me sad. Okay, back to where we were. Now, I know that there are some Windows specific functions, but I would have to dig into the what's exposed by MingW or I'm also curious about branch predictions. Like, I know that more modern C++s you can hint to the CPU whether a branch is likely or not likely, but like I don't even know how you'd measure that. Like, there's got to be a call somewhere that says what was the last branch prediction and did it succeed or something. I don't know. Biggest CPU saving I made was profiling every function, saying the function where I recursively multiply matrices for animation transforms was doing a search. That could have been calculated in advance, but this saving was an n-type problem. Yep. No, and it's a thing. A lot of people pre-optimize stuff without knowing where their bottlenecks even are. So, exactly, profiling each function is very valuable and very educational. Like a lot of times you think you know where your time is going, and oftentimes you are so wrong. It's certainly educational. So instead of 38, we're going to assert 40. Because we are going to write after int 8t um, uh, log console of the application s underscore log level console log level file. And here where we write the value log console log file, which means this load config is going to be broken. Well, it won't be broken this time around. Actually, that's the more interesting part of this problem. So I think my biggest optimization problem I ever ran was a electromagnetic field computation for high power transmission lines. Long story. I'm not actually like an electromagnetic expert. It's my brother-in-law. But I was running a calculation for him. And he gave me a MathCAD implementation of this new technique. And for like 100 meter right of way, it took like 10 minutes. And it was terribly slow. So I implemented everything in C++, and boom, immediate improvements. It was like 2 minutes over a better so there's so many variables in this problem. Anyway, what it came down to was I optimized everything, all the heck, and then I started looking at the problem in a different way. I was like, what can I change about the problem itself? And that's where your real optimizations come from. What do you know about your data? Like, the more knowledge you have of your data, the more you'll understand what optimizations to make. And I realized that the space potential field we were calculating was completely smooth, no discontinuities in like a calculus term, right? And the variations between samples were so small. And so instead of doing a bilinear interpolation of each charge density point on a vehicle surface in the space potential field, instead I just pre-computed an offset and then added. Every time we moved the vehicle, I would just add an index count to it. And that brought the whole thing down to like 4 seconds over a 2 kilometer right of way instead of the 10 minutes for a 100 meter right of way. But it's when you restructure the problem to be a new problem, that's when you get the biggest improvements. And of course, I am conflicting with my own definition. Why? Like one of my favorite modern algorithms is the GJK algorithm, and how he got that to work, unbelievable. It's kind of a well, let's see here. I think it's reducible YouTube channel, has a great video on it. Really breaks it down great. Casey Muratori also has a good breakdown of it. I don't remember if it was on his Handmade Hero channel or, but just brilliant. They recast the whole problem in some very strange ways that you would never anticipate, and it ended up reducing the whole problem down to a handful of dot products. So clever. All right, what am I doing? What am I doing? Conflicting declaration of this thing. Previous declaration there. Oh. Let's just be consistent here. Yep. So, I mean, ultimately, optimization all boils down to one thing. How can I reduce the number of calculations, right? Some common things are pre-compute values that you can. Other ones are like cache results, or even if it's intermediate results, like do a lookup instead of a calculation. But again, the more you know about your actual data, the better it's going to be. So in theory, we write out 2 extra bytes and it did not complain. So when we load it in now, this comes in after we write out vsync. That's where those 2 bytes are. Right. Here we go. This is the important piece here. After vsync, we're going to read value into application s_log level console as, I think, an entity. Yep. We'll do the same thing for log level file. This is so close to just lining up. Boom. Now this is not quite the full answer. We're going to read in this value, but if we're in release mode, if the value we read is release and we are in debug, we will overwrite this. And if we're in debug and the last file was written down in release, we will overwrite this. If that makes sense. Fit Rider, hey, welcome aboard. How's it going? Welcome back. We're getting an hour or 2 of easy problems in before we tackle the main sample of the day. Trying to warm up our Mondays. If release is not equal to, did I read that in as a unit? I did. Okay, good. It's not equal to application release build. So we're going to read our console file logging, our log levels in. If the release we read from the config is not equal to the binary release status of the code, then we are going to overwrite these with the defaults, which are here. Boom. Okay, so if the config file and the application binary disagree on whether we're in a release or not, the application is going to just take over and overwrite whatever we read in from the config file. So it's going to say, we're going to set the log level console in a release to warning and debug. Otherwise, and this is actually not at all what we wanted here. Console all none. In debug mode, I really don't need. Pretty sure I have a none in there. Yeah, none is an option. Great. I don't want anything written to a file when I'm in debug mode. Just the console's good enough. There we go. If they don't agree, rely on what's in the binary file as the default. Okay. I think that's it. I think we can just run this and it should not break things. Maybe, hopefully. Then we can move on to the meat and potatoes of this project. Hey, it loaded. Yes. Okay. I think that's good enough. Let's go back to our journal. Okay. Application save config now writes all data to a buffer and a single write to file. Log levels now in config file and managed by application. Log to file still not supported. Just so we remember that we haven't actually got that piece working. And honestly, we're pretty close to. Oh, do we implement it? We haven't even been at this for 2 hours. 15 minutes to get the log file working. I think so. I think we do. All right, let's enable file logging. Okay, git status, git add everything, git commit. Better config write. Application config now manages log levels. Okay. So if let's see. Read values. I think we already applied up here. We do set the console and file. Okay, good. The last piece we have to do is here. If log, if application s underscore log level file is not none. Guess we can cast it. Log level none. Then we set the, we open the file. We'll come back to this, which also means we have to close the file and clean. Log close file. That is a one-liner. Opening that file is not going to be one-liner because we have to get the user directory and append it to the name of the log file. So we get config file name. So here's somewhere where we want to break things into two parts. We want the user directory so get app directory after length. Okay. Static const. Because we're also going to use this in a couple of other places. Our get directory. Return app directory. Else char star after equals get after. Okay, and then after len of after. Okay. Is there anything else that we allocate here that we need to clean up? No. Okay. So now get config file name. We can have a get log file name. Get our app directory. Um, log 1, 2, log file. So now my file name equals that. We return the file name. Okay. That should do it. We should test it though. Logging is maybe not the most interesting thing right now, but we're in the code in that area, so we might as well just do it. I guess we clean and debug. We've been adding stuff. Might as well do a clean build. So debug by default will not have a log file. Here's another thought we can have is these are clearly derived from app name. So maybe we don't actually have these strings in here. It's just +4 for login config. Cleans up our code a little bit. Less chance of copy paste errors. We may do that. Add 4 bytes for the extension. What? What errors? I don't have any errors. Oh, I do have errors. Shucks. Because I did not capitalize none. What do you want to bet? It's all caps. I don't know why. +6. .cfg. Give it the app name. Here we go. Same thing over here. We just add 4 bytes for the extension. Go for app name .log. Little cleanup there. If it's a derived value, we might as well actually derive it. Log file. It's not a real thing. We deleted that. App name. You know what? We can add the 4 here. Probably clearer. Then we add 2 for the null byte and the /. Okay. Ugh. I do wonder why OBS fights so hard with me. It keeps trying to disappear my cursor from me. Another file. Let's not do it clean this time. Hey, it compiled. So if we go in here and we run it, play, we can do things, and then we can quit. I should have written out some things. Let's look at where it writes those users, the do, app data, roaming. It did write out a log file. Why would it do that? I'm in debug mode. What is in this? Yep, it's all logged in there. But I'm in debug mode. That should not open a file. I think if we're in release mode, log file level, if log file level is not equal to none, it opens it. Which means somehow we're not getting none. Huh. I guess we take a look at our value. You know what? We don't even have to do that. We can just run it in debug mode instead of recompile. We want a breakpoint at 56. Okay, we want to print out application slog level file to console 4. Curiouser and curiouser. Well, I mean, what we can do, we quit. We can move that file. See users, do app data, roaming or sleuth, big. Old 3. Now when we run, we would expect different values. Log level is 99. Well, that means no. And the console is 0, which is everything. Continue. I did not delete the the log file from before. So users, the doe, data roaming, word sleuth, r.log. We might as well remove all the configs as well. Oops. Okay, now there should be, yep, default settings, etc., etc. When we quit now, there should be phone. Just a moment. Okay. Somebody wants to buy a property that I don't own. That's always a fun call. Okay. So we're looking for there is no log file. Good. So if we compile clean release, then it should create a log file for us and not log anything to the console hardly. Hmm. Oh, never mind. I know what's happening. I just run it. Just quit. Okay. What we want to do is run the release version. And we can't set breakpoints, so hey, it loaded, that's great. And then we can go check users do data roaming word sleuth dot log. Okay, so it's running. It is still loading. Okay. This is because we're loading the config and we haven't set the log level yet. So here's the deal. If application release build otherwise we're in the debug, we want the console to log default warnings, is that right? And debug. Nope, don't clean. Shoot. Some texture quads, that's coming up. When we run the release version, nothing should log out of any meaningful. It's F or G. Rinse. Absolutely nothing is logging out. That's great. And quit. Nothing logged. Perfect. File clean debug. It should log all kinds of things out to the console and nothing to the file. So while that's going, we can see what all was logged out. Users, Lido, data roaming, sleuth.log, reload it. Okay. Yeah, so we ran a whole bunch of stuff in this scene. Load scene one, picked a word, figured it out. Oh, why is finished level still logging? Yikes, we should clean that up. I'm going to look in game scene. Oops. Yep, did not comment that out before. Okay, now if we run debug mode, everything should log out to the console, etc., etc. Okay. I is in, H is out, LTA are all in, which I think means we just are done with all of that. B flogs. Oh, gonna have to type that one. B or Y. It's not B. It is Y. Italy. Yeah, it's a proper name. Anyway, laity. Laity? Okay, I guess I could see that being a word. Quit. Yeah, logged out a whole bunch of stuff to the console. Okay, great. I think we're done then. That journal. Log file now in use with release built. Builds log to a file. Awesome. Okay. With that, we are a little over 2 hours in, and I'm going to go use a restroom and grab a snack. So hang tight for a minute, and then we'll start doing Vertex texture handling. Okay, be back soon. Okay, we are back. And we're looking at our journal. Oh, wow. I did not mark that as done. Dash dash amend, dash dash no edit. Boom. Cool. All right. Go back to our journal. This is it. Better texture handling. So here's the deal. Step one. We're going to remove this one for this one. I'm gonna go ahead and copy that file over in the right place here while you're anxiously awaiting. If I go into my branding folder, if only, details. There we are. This one, I'm going to put that into oh, no. Active projects. Word Sleuth, assets, images. Hesitancy, delete the other one. Okay. File. Clean deep. Oh, that's not right. Let's go to the source directory. We're going to grep -r for gbz, and we're going to exclude your dependencies because I don't want searching there. Okay, so application contains my application icon. Image warehouse will be regenerated. Main menu scene. Okay, so that's it. Application.cpp. C will become the POH. PNG. Yes. And then main menu scene. We'll change that to same. Even though we're not using it right now, we will later in order to just need a different button. Okay. Compile. Clean debug. Because we're going to regenerate our assets with the new image in there. We could do a more targeted rebuild, but whatever. New image warehouse data. That will take a little while, as will the audio data. Making this compile so long. Now I'm starting to wonder. Count 3. Holy smokes! That is huge. That's why it's taking forever to compile, but is that image that big? Now I have doubts here. Hmm. Oh, great. So why is this image so large? I'm going to open up this image I put in here and see why it's so big. Oh, that's why. Okay. Well, we can scale that down. I'm going to scale this image down from 4,000 by 4,000 pixels to something a little more manageable. Oh boy, scale image. Okay, so here's the problem. It's width, that's height, yeah. Over 4,000 by 4,000 pixels. That's kind of ridiculous. So we're going to try that again. We don't have to do a clean necessarily. Oh, the build is still going? Good heavens. Oh, but it should be about done. Okay. Start it again. We don't need a clean. We can just do the debug. It'll regenerate a much, much smaller file now. Yikes. Yeah, that was a lot faster. So our image warehouse. It's much more reasonable. I guess I should look at my image sizes before I do stupid things. And now that logo is 512 by 512. Perfect. Okay, so we're going to run it. Make sure that icon shows up correctly for me. I don't think you can see it in OBS world. Yeah, it cuts off the window title bar, but it is there. Okay. So the main menu has this. We're going to put it in about. I was using main menu as like a sandbox for a little while, but we've since moved all of sandboxing activities to the about scene. So I'm just cleaning up my main menu. About scene. We're gonna put it right after button back. It's right there. On update, I doubt we're gonna do anything here. This doesn't need anything. On render, we do need that. So the about scene right now doesn't have any layout to speak of. We do have that color quad there. Texture quad we're going to put somewhere. Get 100 by 100. I'm going to put it at X. Divided by 2. And frame height. Divided by 2. So that should center it on the screen. Minus. That set center is not going to matter just yet. We have to do it clean because we added a bunch of stuff to the header file. For some reason that kills us. But we're getting there. Okay, perfect. run it, we go into the about scene. There's our texture in the center of the scene. So let's take a look at text quad. I have a few problems with it. One, I require that you... No, I don't. Wait a second. Okay. So if I don't supply a texture, I am not giving you a way to set the texture index or texture name later. Optional UV. Okay. There's a bunch of things we can do here, like well, yeah, there's a whole bunch of things we can do here, but we're not going to worry about that. What we're most worried about is that if we don't start with a texture, then we don't have a way to change it later. Also, when we do get a texture, what it's doing, underscore text. Is it's holding onto its own texture reference. Which means every time, if I draw 4 of these, each one of them is going to have their own texture reference, even if it's to the same exact texture that we loaded from our own memory, right? So how do we do that? Let's go to about scene. Let's load up 4 of these texture quads. Quad 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 3, 4. One, 2, 3, 4. Go back to that. Layout is the only tricky piece there. We'll ignore that for now. Quad 1, 2, 3, 4. 3, 4. Okay. 1. It's going to be frame width divided by 2. Minus 5, I guess. Similar thing here. Divided by 2. Minus 5. 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to go top to bottom, left to right. So 1 will be top left, top right, bottom left, bottom right. And each of those is going to have its own... I did a clean. Oh, that's fine. Each one of those will have a copy of its own texture. So that'll be 4 textures for 4 of the same exact quad. Very inefficient. What we want is 1 texture shared by all 4 quads. So we're going to add in between the image warehouse and anything using it for textures, a TextureStore. So similar to the font, I've got the binary data stored in the warehouse, but then I also have a font store that keeps the loaded fonts all ready to go. Okay, that is not what I envisioned at all. Oh, I know why. So I never have to add 105, I only have to add 5. Which is need to clean. This is a quick easy build. Okay, that's more like what I'd expect. So there are now 4 textures bound on my CPU to draw these 4 quads. So step 1, we're going to look at the code for the font store as a starting point. We're going to create a texture store with some very similar ideas. I guess we'll keep the unordered map even though we don't want to. Yeah, sure, we'll copy all that. That all stuff needs to happen anyways. Word maps, std string, texture dictionary. Here, anywhere where we see store, we replace it with texture. Oh, that's where we are. Anywhere we see font, we replace it with texture. Yes. Oop. Yes. Yes. No. Yes. 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 No. Yes. No. Yes. Yes. I guess we'll go with that. No. Yes. Yes. No. Because s underscore font becomes s underscore dictionary. No. S underscore font becomes s underscore texture. There we go. Texture. A texture can take an image name or an image index or raw data buffers. Okay. I think this is all okay then. If we find it inside of our own dictionary, then if we don't find it, then we create a new texture from that key and we add it here. Then we can return that. That's basically it. So in TextCloud, And we'll, like I said, we'll add all sorts of fun features for unloading and reloading fonts and textures when scenes load and unload. And that's actually fairly trivial to add. But we just need to get the basic functionality of textcloud.http. Okay, so here's the fun. Let's do this textcloud.cpp. Oh, textcloud does not implement nothing. That's interesting. We never used it, so I guess it doesn't matter that it was declared and never defined. Texture needs something if it's undefined, which is fine. We don't really care at this point. We can just have 0. That's always going to be true. The same. We're going to initialize our static buffers if we have to. Now, this is not going to be how we're going to do things in the end, but no matter how we get here, we're going to print out the pointer to the texture we're pointing to. And you'll see that the 4 textures are separate objects. And we'll switch over to using the TextureStore. Go into about. There. We have 4 different addresses. Each of those textures has its own pointer to data. Okay. Onward. Now TextureCloud is going to change. We're going to have a pointer to a texture. And this is going to be a null pointer in this case. That's F. Pointer. Wonder what it'll do. I'm sure it's fine. Okay. Instead of logging the address, we need to log the actual thing. Need to know the image warehouse. Should be a way for me to get the index, the key from the index. So that's that one. Equals TextureStore get texture name. See, this one will be from image warehouse get key given the index of the texture we're getting. There. Okay, so we shall now be pointed to the same exact texture. We have no cleanup to be done with that texture because it's now owned by the TextureStore. All right, let's see what we get. What we get. I did not import, so that makes sense. It also needs the image warehouse. Progress, slow but steady. And we cannot bind it because it is a pointer, so we must be reference pointer. Then magic occurs. Now, last piece. We have to add it to our make file. Shader store, font store. Texture needs a texture store. Oh, good heavens, I hate it when the autofill uses tabs. Control Q, tab, width, 1, 2, 3, 4. And we do not want to overrun some of these areas. And of course, it's not consistent with its tab width, always fun. All right, that makes me sad. Makes me sad. It should just do the right thing. I told it never not to use tabs. I know that in some cases, in make files, you do want tabs because it's part of the make file. Maybe I need to just stop using make. What if I use Python as my build system? It'll give me a fully featured programming language. And I would have full control over absolutely everything. This would then just be a string list. String, yeah. Tabs. Who freaking uses white space in their programming language? I'd say jokingly, because Python does. Do I want to build a build system in C? That's kind of coding-like, isn't it? That's the kind of thing he would do. I think he did. Alright. Oh, I still didn't do it right. Good heavens. Oh, there it is. We want texture. Oh. Texture. Store. There we go. It should finally build. Oh. Now, when we go to the About scene, they should all point to the same memory. Look at that. 4 beautiful quads all pointing to the same thing, which means we only loaded the binary data from the warehouse one time. So we only... So that's good. Excellent, excellent. Okay. let's go to our to-do. One thing we should do is on scene close, clear stores. So this will be our font, our texture data. I think Sounds has one, doesn't it? Fonts, shaders. Yeah, whatever shaders you loaded for the game. Oh, for the level, for the scene. And TextureStore. Okay. This would have been more efficient if we just done that. Good. I think we're actually very nearly done with this part. Sure. Oh, not that one. Part 1 of texture handling improvement. Added TextureStore. Add everything. Oh, I guess I should note that as well. That doesn't matter. That's not a big deal. Git commit, git add everything. Git commit replaced gbz image with the no added TextureStore. Okay, perfect. So that's part 1. Part 2, in case you didn't notice, when I pointed it out, Xquad, there is no way that I can see to change the texture after the texture quad has been created. So if I declare an array of texture quads, which is one thing we want to do for sure, we need to be able to set the texture quad, set the texture. And now the textures are handled by the TextureStore. This becomes trivial. So we're going to go void set texture. We'll take one of each of these. There we go. I do have one small problem, and that is TextureStore looks up things by key. Yeah, I don't think there's any. Well, no, we can do this better. Int text index. We should be able to load it either way. Where were we doing that though? Image warehouse. What was it called? Get index. Get index. No. Get key given the index. I don't have to take ownership of that at all. Key equals. Then we can just TextureStore get There, done. I think image warehouse. Get data makes all the insertions we need. Yeah, perfect. So I think that's good. Brings us back to our text quad. Right after set rectangle. Fun thing is, I don't think this actually makes anything dirty. Like that TextureStore, you can do a lot of things with it. Like we can do some reference counting in there without burdening most of the program. Yeah, we can do lots of things with that. m_text. We don't have to take any ownership anymore. Equals texture. Actually, text pod. Actually need access to the image warehouse anymore. We can just get this directly. Good. Even better. More streamlined. TextureStore, get text, index, text name. Set texture, text index, all the details go away. Text name, all the details go away. And we don't have to set anything to dirty. Like we can change our textures every frame and it will be fine. Okay. Good. No return function. That's very clever of us. We should probably return this. Otherwise we'll get garbage. Garbage memory is no good. Not get garbage memory. Make sure things are still running. About scene. Yep, they're all getting the same texture now. Great. So that's basically it. Journal. Part 2 of texture handling improvement. And change textures. And text quad. Git status. Git add everything. Git commit. Patch M. TextureStore can get by index now. Text quad can set as set texture now. Okay, the last piece of this puzzle is in game scene. Where we have our texture quads here. These 10 in particular. I would have liked to have had these as an array before, but now I can. Books material and oh, so much better. Books material, all of that goes away. When we init game elements, Now we can do for int index equals 0, index less than 10, plus index to do books mat sub index dot set texture. Oh, so much better. Look at all that deletion. I love it. And now here, nope, underscore books. Here we are. Haha. This is the other part. Is this it? Is this the last piece we have to reference? Books mat? No. The renderer. Oh, and these move bys. Perfect. So those will all get simplified away. As will these. Perfect. Finish the level. We'll move them somewhere. Here. Okay. Yes. Here we go. For int index equals 0, index less than 10, plus index. This is basically a two-liner now. Well, I mean 3. Sub index. Set the rectangle equal to 19 minus the index. Dot rectangle. Sub index. Move by some amount. Boom. That all goes away. Okay. Is there a better way to do this? For example, what? Index is less than level times 2. Level minus 1 times 2. Let's see. And the index is less than 10. So we'll go until either got enough books or until we run out of books. I think that's it. Okay. Move by for int index equals 0, index less than 10, plus index. Oh, so much cleaner. Okay, they're now all in an array. And I think we may be all done applying those changes. We might want to do a clean though. Let's do a clean build. This is one of the cases where the code we added for the TextureStore may have saved us more lines of code than it cost us so far. Okay. I want to see some pretty good progress today so far. I was afraid the texture stuff would run us longer. We may do batched quads here shortly then. Or if we're running it, we're gonna go play. Do we cheat? Yep. Nice. Okay. So one thing we want to do is text quad. So basically, this is the entire background with the bookshelves and the chalkboard and the table all in one image. And these are all the book images being loaded in. So hopefully that worked. Let's cheat. Oh, now the books should come down. Perfect. Cheat again. I probably should implement a button that lets me cheat. Okay, and then 2 bookshelves should come down. Perfect. Next. $8.99. Dutch. Perfect. What I want to make sure is that we get the 10 books and it doesn't do anything weird after that. So there were 6 sets of books. I should probably just make a cheat button. No, quiz. Keep forgetting it's the line after the one I think I'm on. Okay, there's 8. Should we make a cheat button? We should make a cheat button. Choose. So this should bring us down to 10 books. That's all the books. It never gets harder than this. 182. Oh. Shoot. Let's make a cheat button. Nope, let's not make a cheat button. Shoot. Okay, here's what we're doing. We're gonna cheat one more time. We're gonna use something other than sprint so we can go past level 6. Go marathon. Toady. Airy. Diary. Tinge. Alright, so here we are. Just about where we left off last time we were testing. Smite. So there, that's full 10 books. This is what we wanted to test. What happens when we go past this level? Moves. Should not crash. 10 books. Good. We should be able to do that as many times as we want. And yeah, so this is all good. Perfect. We win. Is there anything? We've deleted that one already, so text quad. Pretty sure we already erased them. That log file. Oh no, we need to erase that log statement. In all 3 cases. File. Nice. Okay, we are. I have a problem. Say you can have more than one scene loaded. When do you unload a texture, considering a texture can be used by both scenes? Trivial problem, yeah. Yeah, so the assumption, I think, is that what the scenes are considerably different. So if I had, multiple levels, like, fall, spring, winter, summer level, that the textures being loaded and the fonts would be different. Now, that's not always true. In fact, it's probably very rarely true. But I think that what you wanted to... okay, so you can do this multiple ways. One, when you unload a scene, you don't actually free anything. When you load a scene, it says, here's a pre-computed list of all the textures and fonts and things I need. If they're anything that's in the store that is not in this list, unload it. That way we don't blow up. And then anything that is in this list that isn't in the store, load it in. Because your goal is to not have your store explode beyond reason. Obviously, if you're in a dynamic situation where you're moving from world to world with no level loading and it's not a scene thing, then you're gonna write a paging system. It's gonna say what are nearby tiles and what do I need to have loaded before we move left more. It just depends a lot on your game, but I imagine for me that in this simple of a case, my number of textures is very small. I can probably afford to just dump them every time I end the scene. So lots of different ways you can manage your texture paging system. Trivial problem. Yeah, trivial problem on this size of project, which is why I picked this size of project. Okay, so we know it works. We're just making sure we didn't kill anything when we removed that. Yeah, so we're not seeing the printout from the textures anymore. So we can quit. Journal. Part 3. Game scene now has books in an array. Boom. That's basically it. That's what we were just shooting for today. 3:20. I got until 5 o'clock. Can't work past 5 o'clock. But we've still got time. So we've got some time still. I'm ahead of where I wanted to be. Even adding some other random mini tasks into the list. That's always nice. New texture handling. working in game scene books as an array. Nope, not status. I'm gonna say it. Commit. Okay. We should have done that first. Git add commit dash amend dash no edit. That way it looks like we always meant to do that. And now we're green. The sky is the limit. We can work on anything we want for an hour and a half. So we can now do batch texture quads. We could. I'm gonna add a gameplay here. Add cheat to game scene, if not debug. If debug. That's one thing we could do. Could do batch text quads. Do I have a good plan for them? Because there's sort of two ways you can do batch texture quads. One is where you will always have one texture and a bunch of quads. And maybe those quads point to different UV subsections of the texture. And part two is you have multiple textures, and each quad can reference a different texture slot on your GPU. Which, honestly, it's been a little while since I've done, so I may have to go look up how to load the texture index list. But we do need batch texture quads before we can do the buttons thing. Needs batch text quads. But both of these are technically possible right now. So we should move them up. We need multi-line text. I do not want to tackle that today. We need some things. Okay, so I'm fine with that. This one would be a cool one, and I think the only place I have where I could put it is when we're flipping between the different notebooks for different logic deduction workspaces. Yeah, I think we're looking good. Let's add cheat. I've been wasting a lot of time cheating. When I'm the programmer, I should be able to cheat when I want. Let's see how long that takes. Nope, nope. Okay. Add cheat. Game scene. Does the game scene have access to the application layer at all? Should it? If I do this, is it going to break the build? Because of some circular HPP dependencies. Didn't look like it did. Okay. I kind of can't. Because the whole idea is to not define the cheat function, not even have it in the binary. Oh, shoot. We got rid of a couple of pound define and debugs. But I don't think we can here. Because what we ultimately want is this pound if not defined and debug pound and if what we want is a button underscore cheat. And void cheat method. Not defined and if f and debug. Do it this way. Else and if. Cheat. Okay, so that should be the button. Don't think we need to do much here. Except initialize the game element. And we want it next to the current guess. So m underscore button cheat dot set. We don't actually have to do much here, do we? The call, set the callback. Cheat. This. If not defined and debug. And if yes, I think that's correct. Get our cheat function in here. Game scene. Perfect. Lastly is the do layout. The current guess is right where we want to put the cheat button. Equal to x plus word width plus the spacing. Put it at the same height. Word width. Word height. Seems good. Found if and def. No debug. And if. Basically, we do the same thing for where we set the font. Where's the current? Current guest gets the mid-sized fonts, so we'll have the same size, I guess. Or maybe we do small size, it doesn't matter. Mid font size, done. Let's see if that worked in debug mode. Instantiation, find, etc., etc. Let's do a full clean. Why not? Oh, a pin. Good heavens. How does one put pin? There we go. So yeah, as far as unloading fonts and textures, I may do it the way I described, where on loading a new scene, it takes the difference of the two asset packets and yeah, remove what we don't need, add what we do need, just for the minimal amount of loading time. I really want to respect my users' machine resources. I don't want to waste CPU. I don't want to waste memory. I will usually make a trade memory for time. I prefer using more RAM, especially since I've worked to keep things so small. Okay, maybe I should actually read the error message. But that doesn't mean I have to be lazy, especially in a system. If you start good habits from now, then... Oh. Yeah, that's just me being boneheaded. Cheat. There. There we go. We do not need to clean this build. We should just be able to run it. So even though it's not necessary, like a modern computer can run all the textures and all the fonts I have without blowing up. Still try to respect users. Okay. On update. So buttons don't need any update function. They don't use it. They use an event system handler, but on render, this is what we need. Found if and def and debug. Underscore button clean cheat dot render. That should show up, and hopefully it's reasonable. Play. There is a cheat button. That is should log cheat to the console. Good. We can bring that over quite a bit, actually. Doggone it. I remember now. We can make it smaller. It can be a lot smaller. Do layout. Cheat. All right. What other widths and heights do we have? Text, titles. Huh. I guess we can just compute our own values here. Int cheat button width equals scale versus width. 150. Our height can be that one. Cheat button width. X plus where do we want it? Because this word width is way wider than we actually need. We just, you know what? Let's just do a scale versus width. Let's just move over like 150 pixels. See how it looks. Because it's easy. We can test this. Play. Oh, that looks much better. I think all we do is drop it those 5 pixels, the spacing number of pixels, and call it good. Spacing was, 12 pixels. Eh. Scale versus height, 5 pixels. We'll try that. See how it looks. Probably should have done plus. Huh, it ain't 5. Huh, maybe it's like 3. I'm not sure. Well, I know why we're having issues lining this up. It's because our art was drawn not at 1024 by 768. In fact, it wasn't even technically the right aspect ratio. So we have odd stretching that wasn't in the original art. So the spacings are not what we want in the end. We'll have to redo all the art soon. Okay, there's our cheat button. Let's go fix cheat. Enter letter. I think that's all we really need to do. Word library. select word. Oh, interesting. So our word library is defining something that's very dangerous in terms of we do not want to ship with this in the code at all. So we will reverse engineer it. If and f and debug. This is generated by an asset packer. So if we get this working, we'll need to add these changes. To the asset packer. Selected word index, selected word. I should never actually know what those are outside of this context. Or select word. That's not true. We will need that later. To do and debug changes to embed words. Game scene. Selected word. Oh, we do need the selected word. Yep. So really, we're not actually adding any information in this way. Okay, that's good. I mean, we already have this function defined. Returning the index of it doesn't really matter. Game scene. Selected word, selected word. Selected index. What was it called? Selected word index. Oh, so it's in the word library itself. Right here. That's really all we need. Oh. We're going to add cheating in by 4 o'clock. Very nice. Maybe we'll go with texture quads. That's kind of a useful tool to have in the toolbox, even if I don't currently use it. Oh, yep. Input key. Int index equals 0. Index less than 5. Plus index. Star. Word equals word. Library. Selected word. Enter the letter at word. Sub index. plus minus. I guess it's a character to input key mapping. I think they're just straight equal, so character minus a. We just cast it static cast to input key. Here. Yes. Oh, oops. There we go. If in context state equals in context play state running lowercase. So it's just going to enter the letters. It's not going to submit the guess. You have to do that yourself. Let's just see if that works. Then we'll test it against the release build, and that should be good. Should be done with that extra feature. So much good progress today. So nice. Having things work sometimes. Okay, play. We cheat. There's Valor. Boom. If we already have something typed, oh, we can cheat. Oh, that's so much faster to cheat. We love cheating. Perfect. All right, so let's quit. Let's do a release build so we can make sure that that feature never goes out with the release build. I'm pretty sure it won't. Oh, we just rebuilt our asset pack. Oh well. It's fine. Sometimes I just need to see how things behave at higher levels, higher numbers of guesses. I'm going to need to check against like high scores when I implement those, be able to get through 6 or 9 guesses 100% of the time to check, to test my code. Lots of reasons to cheat for us. Oh, good. Looks like it worked. Except we're running the debug version. We should run the release version. There's no cheat button. I have to do it the hard way. Oh, what an interesting word this is. E is in, R is in, no M, therefore P and I are in. PD logs. Ah, there it is. So we need F or G. Right. Perfect. Another interesting word. There's R, there's T, A, no P. Logs. Oh, FNG. Curious. Raft. Very nice. Yeah, everything seems to be working. And I can quit at will, so cheating added for testing efficiency. That was even easier than I thought it would be. In our, actually, you know what? Let's go to tools, embed words. Let's just do this. This whole line can just go away. Selected word. Because we no longer need it. Since we can cheat, I don't have to look it up. Okay, let's see. What does this make file look like? I remember there was make, build, target, embed words. Trivially done. Starter shell. cd tools bin / embed words. Now we can check our word library. And now that whole line is just gone. Yep, very nice. Added cheating officially. Oh man, we're knocking down so many tasks today. What a good day. All right, what's next? What's next? 352. Elemental Magic's card game. Hello, welcome to the chat. How are you doing? Don't know if you've been here before, but welcome, welcome. We're doing a game with no game engine. Today was some loose ends, and then we made a texture store so we can more efficiently page textures in and out of memory. Right now we're just paging them all in, but now that memory is shared between objects that want to use those textures. And the mechanisms are easy to add in where those features are needed to page out data or page out textures. If you have any questions, happy to answer on any old topic, about project specifically, or about games in general, or programming in general, or just about anything. It's the 22nd, not the 19th. That is unfortunate. Anyways, we finished up our whole list of tasks, even though we added a couple of special new ones when we weren't looking. We finished our texture handling. Now we've added cheating so that when we're in debug mode, I can just get through the levels faster. And yeah, now I got to decide what's the next task. We have a few things we can work on. The stores can't be a fixed array. So it might actually have to be a bucket array. The warehouses can definitely be fixed array. Bucket array, bucket array. On scene close. Okay. For on scene load page in out the differences. What will be that? Stop losing my cursor. I at least know how to get it back now. That's less painful. Okay. So what do I want to work on? Or what do you want to see me work on while I'm thinking about it? Batch texture quads is certainly a possibility. There are two flavors of that. Or, well, no, there's really one flavor of that. Do I have old code lying around for that? I need to do the multi-line text and start building up the about scene now. It needs to stop being a sandbox. I think we're really close to having all the code done. I'm gonna move colored gradient animation into discarded tasks. I just don't see a need for it here. Multi-line text. Save game context. Play, yep. Animation sprite sheets. I do think I'll need those. Crappy programmer art. Let's just break these out a little more so I can clean up my list a bit. Crappy programmer art, crappy programmer art. Better. Upgrade to mediocre programmer art. I have already opened the topic of composing music to my sister. I think once I have the art done or more done, it'll be a little easier to choose a music style. Could do tooltips. That's oh no. Needs multi-line text. So we're gonna bring that up here next to that one. Replay animation sprite sheets. Notebook. Error banner. Okay. Things are actually looking pretty good. I don't feel like tackling that today. Fix the scale or the rotation issue. Is that something I want to tackle today? I've got 1 hour. I have not implemented this animation idea because of the rotation and scaling bug. We can take a quick look at it. I've changed the way some things work, so maybe it just works. Let me go look at text quad. I'm pretty sure it now uses that. And when we update the buffer, it's relative to 0. There is a 0, 0. Wait a second. Oh. There's 0. Why did I draw them that way? Wait, I know that my UV coordinates have to match up with the order these vertices are in. So I would like X, Y, 0 to be our 0 corner. Right now that is vertex 4. That is at 0, 0. If I rotate these by 1 index, I should be able to just rotate these UVs by 1 index. That's a theory. It costs us nothing to try it. 0, 0. 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3. Thinking Maven, what do you save in order for the replay to work? I haven't implemented it yet. So for me, the main thing is go to game scene. There are a couple of different events that I need to capture. Some of them I don't. So here, obviously the user typing in a key, I'm going to capture, well, okay. So first of all, I'm not going to store the word itself in the replay in case somebody wants to play through the replay, I guess. Try to beat someone else without extra information. So what I will save is the random number generation key that's the seed that's used at the start of the level. So I reseed the random number generator every time a level starts, every time a new word is guessed is needed. So it's based on the system time. So I'll store that seed is the first thing. 2, I'll store basically a time and a user input. So here's the enter letter key, delete letter key, submit guess, clear guess. So each of these is going to get its own entry. The mouse press handler will have some similar things. Letter clicked will get recorded. Mark deduced letter, swap the deduced letter, show deduction space, copy deduction space. Those are all going to be recorded inputs. And honestly, I think at the point that you are doing a replay, I can let the game rules of themselves and the game animations and everything else just play back those. So I'm going to be, when you run a playback, it's going to run through time and it's going to say, oh, here's the seed. Let's get the word. It'll have the same word because it knows the seed for the random number generator. And then on a timer, it's just going to be like, hey, what's the next event? What time does it happen? Oh, what's the next event? What time does that happen? And when I pass that time, it will throw that event into the event queue, and everything should just magically happen, question mark. Then I probably want a couple of other things. I would like some kind of checksum to make sure that the person who's recording it can't fake it very easily. I don't think I want to do anything cryptographically secure. Program itself will have to then store a private key, public key pair inside the executable. But we should at least make it hard for someone to fake a replay. We want the system time when it starts, so that when somebody posts up a replay for consideration for a world record kind of thing, or leaderboard or whatever, that we know what day they ran it on. So if they lie, they're like, oh, hey, yeah, I ran this on Thursday. It's like, it's marked tomorrow. Then clearly you were fiddling around with things you shouldn't be. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. That's mostly it, I think. Yeah, no, replay systems are kind of fun. As long as you build your input systems right, it's not hard to fake the inputs. And ideally, you can also try to play against the replay, not just watch it, but also try to play it. So it'll get the same word seeds each level. So you can play something somebody else played and see if you're better than them. The other reason for time is, yeah, for speedrunners, etc. So I think that's what I'm probably going to do. I think that's most of the fields I need. I'm going to move these two up here. 0, 0. 1, 2, 2, 3, 3. Okay. I'm just going to make sure. Make dash K. Clean debug. We ran in release mode last, so we have to do clean. I like the concept because it helps you think like a multiplayer programmer. Yeah. Also, if you need to build testing systems, like that's the easiest way to test, right? Record your inputs and then play them back. If things change, you can't. It doesn't work anymore, right? So I worked on heavy equipment training simulators, and that was one thing we built. Is we built an entire layer between us and the input system, and then I could insert data into the input stream, and so then I'd just write up little scripts that would run each of the lessons, and everything would behave exactly like it was. So I could say things like, hold down this button until this condition happens, and then check that these other conditions are true. That was part of my testing system, which is built right into the code, not a separate thing. Concept, yeah. It does. It separates the user from the inputs a little bit, which is true because in a multiplayer game, your inputs are handled locally, but then the input is also sent to the server, and the server itself makes decisions and streams responses back. So your multiplayer clients are going to receive updates from someone that's not the player. So you're going to have basically someone else telling you this is the state of the game. You have to disambiguate those a little bit. So it's not far off the concept. All right, let's run debug mode. And we go to the about scene, and my textures are indeed not completely screwed, so that's good. So we could do batch quads, or we could test rotation. Let's go test rotation. I need to fix that sometime anyways. It makes me sad that I haven't yet, but I've always had higher priority things. Let's see. On update. Texture quad move somewhere or other. It's just going to oscillate. How do I feel about that? It's just going to be T quad 1. Just see what happens. I guess I should. I should update our journal so that we know what we're working on. Well, I just want to look at it. I want to see what the state of things are. So we're going to go to our About menu, which is our sandbox. So clearly movement, translation stuff works fine. So that's text quad 1. Text quad 2 is going to rotate. And this is where I started running into trouble, and it might have been my old issues as opposed to current active issues. So let's just see if it rotates about the origin or rotates about the 0 coordinate of the image. So we're going to go into about. Yeah, it's rotating around the origin. Gosh darn it. So that's very sad. And the same thing is going to happen with scale. So let's throw scale in there too, just to show what we're dealing with. Maybe there's someone in here who is an expert on transform applications. Other thing with MP is if a player's hero died on the server, then in some circumstances you'd have to undo some sequence of events really quick to maintain what another client experiences. Yep. Although undo is a harder problem, much harder. Because not all operations are reversible. For example, if you do like a modulus, right, operation, that has no inverse function that you can reverse. So you have to, for a rewind system, you have to store previous state and an action, or you have to store a reversible action. Yeah, so the scale is also happening with respect to the origin and not respect to where it is. Now, where this bothers me, why this bothers me, is that I was pretty sure that I had done things right. If you move things or rotate them, it rebuilds the transform, which starts with an identity matrix. Then it translates it to the... you know what? Let's get rid of the center ones. Why not? Basically, instead of rotating around the 0, 0 corner of the image, let's rotate around the some other point. So we're gonna just ignore that, right? We get an identity matrix. We scale. We rotate. Then we apply our transform. Which, from all the documentation I've read, is the right way to do it. You make it bigger or smaller, then you rotate it, then you move it to where it needs to be on the screen. Even ignoring the center offset. So let's just, and we'll pop into the documentations if we have to. Yeah, like have full keyframes of state and then only do events once since then. Yes. Oh yeah, no, rewind is tricky. Jonathan Blow has a whole thing on rewind that you can take a look at. I don't know if I can find it right now. But yeah, that's basically what we did. Every so many frames he stored the full state. Then between frames he would record user input and try to interpolate basically between any input and the next keyframe. Perfect code sample for you. Yes, always interested in code samples. There's so much I need to learn, like apparently how to rotate and scale. That's just killing me. I would expect... Well, I don't know. What would I expect? Okay, so do I want to fix that? Do I want to fix that right now? I want to. Like, I've looked over the documentation before, and it's not helpful. Let's see here. So let's see. Let's go to here. I can share this. Maybe? No? Where did it go? There it is. Oh. What? There we go. Let's go infinite for a second. Let's see here. GLM, how to apply transforms. Vectors, yes, I know what a vector is. Scalar vector operations. Addition, subtraction, blah, 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 length. Matrices, this is good stuff. Matrix multiplications. Okay. Scaling. We set the z-axis scale to 1. So he said scale z1, which we're doing. Okay. The scaling operation will just perform, we just performed as a non-uniform scale, blah, 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 I don't care about that. Let's start building a transformation matrix, blah, blah, blah. Translation, rotation, blah, 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 blah. Combining matrices. We need a translation scaling matrix for our required steps. The resulting transformation matrix would be blah, blah, blah. In practice, here we go. And of course, my mouse disappears from me. Here we go. So we set up our identity matrix. We rotate, then we scale. Transform times vector. We set the uniform location of our transform. What if I say translate then rotate? I'm gonna get my mouse back. Thank you. Oh, so you might have a matrix for parent, another for child, make each in order. Yep. Then when you want to combine them in this order, transform equals parent times child. Yes, but right now I don't have a parent-child relationship, and it still isn't working. But how much of that is my own fault, and how much does that mean I'm misunderstanding something? So here, translate. Yep. Yeah. So I understand the concept. It's, am I doing something in the wrong order? Rotation matrices, accumulating. So they're saying I take my translation times rotation times scale times my original. Does this give me any examples? No, it's useless. Useless documentation. I know what an MVP is. Thank you. Projection matrix. Our projection matrix is dead simple. Look at that's perspective. Okay. Translation, rotation, scale. Translate, then rotate. Is that my problem? All right, so let's go ahead and see if we translate, then rotate, then scale. I'm not very hopeful. I've tried this sort of thing before. About. Yeah. So arguably that's worse. Now it's not rotating about the origin, it's rotating about some other point that's translated weird. Okay, do something else. Let's just get rid of everything except for rotate. Only one of them should care about that. Whoa! Oh, dang it. Everything uses this. So we do have to translate. Scaling. This is a hard part because you need to realize when you need a parent. Yeah, and I've only run into one situation right now where I need a parent, so right now is actually probably the time to add it, which is why it's near the top of my list of things to do now. If I want to do anything more complicated, I have to have this already in place. So we've turned off the scaling. Again, translate's working fine. It's when we add in rotation. It's rotating about the origin, not about the thing. So if we translate then rotate, that's the weird behavior we saw where it wasn't rotating around the origin anymore. See, when I've been all over the documentation, it's like, here, build it up like this. And it turns out I don't find it nearly as helpful. Look, arguably worse, because it's no longer rotating about, well, is that worse? Is that worse? Let's go back the way we were when I started. I'm gonna comment that out. So what they're saying, let's see. GL rotate. That's not helpful. Maybe. Okay, so here's let's see, let's turn Brave back on for you folks. Okay. They are saying GLMat identity, translate, rotate, translate. So he's saying translate back, then rotate, then translate it forward. This guy says these should have the matrix on the left and the vector on the right. Yeah. Matrix on the left, vector on the right. Yeah. Treats the vector as a row vector, it appears left, and a column vector if it appears on the right. Opposite of DirectX. Okay. Code still does not work. Blah, blah, blah. This rotates about this point. Reverse the order to rotate about X, Y. rotate around. X center, Y center. Point X, Y. Subtract. Center. Then we do a rotation and add the center back in. First thing you do is translate. Negative amounts. Let's just throw a scale out for now. Re-rotate around theta, and we are rotating around the z-axis, which is the one coming out of the screen. Oh. Yeah, anything else doesn't make much sense, I think. Then we transform positive direction. Is that what they want? And we can move this one around. It's not hard to test. So the in-place stuff is the child, and then the offsets from the origin are the parent, then parent of child. Yeah. There. Oh. There we go. Nope. So that's definitely wrong. So this is saying, I understand the concept of the center, but translate, rotate, scale. Let's just try that. Because these are right multiplied. X. Is it rotating about the wrong Y? And scaling about the wrong Y? Is that what it's doing now? Now nothing shows up. Beautiful. Not cool. All right, let's go to our main menu. On update, if input is key pressed. The other thing I'd have to know is scene manager dot h scene manager dot cpp. All right. Oh. Main menu, game, settings, and about. are those button handlers? And buttons don't need update. Is key pressed? Input key 0. Is key down? Input key. Pretty sure left control, right control, right? Left control or right control. If 0 is pressed, scene manager, load scene. Num 0, that's it. Load scene. Zero minus num 0. Number 1 minus. Now let's do this. 1, 2, 2, 3, 3. And 4. Except the main menu is 0, so it's game settings of about. So it is minus 0. There we go. I think that gets me. I can press controls 1, 2, 3 to go to different scenes, even if I can't see. Build some code that does based on learned OpenGL codebase somewhat then. Yes. Okay. Vertices. Yes, VBO, VAO, etc., etc. Texture parameters. Okay. I get the identity matrix on line 156. Rotate. Rotate our face around something X, Y, Z. Yep. So that's the rotation I want. Parent of rotor to the ground. Transform. Translate, then rotate. Oh, good, that's fine. Int. 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 No, not it. There we are. Int. Okay, so we're going to go to control 3 is about. Definitely not right. So this is the line that rotates us about the scene, the z-axis. Which looks just like the code you sent. Let me do a rotate. So it says, oh, I guess I should, let's go share the thing. Where are we? There we are. So to my eyes, rotate our face around its middle, the face around the normal axis. Rotate something times time, sure. Vector 0, 0, 1. That's the one that's coming out towards the screen. OpenGL screens coordinates. Or world coordinates. Blah, blah, blah. Z comes out. I'm pretty sure. Projection times view times model times local. Right hand system, yeah. So Z comes out of the screen. So we rotate around that. That is correct. Here we go. Identity matrix. Translate in the reverse of the direction where we want to move. Define the projection matrix. For 3D, model equals rotate for cubes. Okay, identity matrix, translate, and then rotate. Cube positions. It said the opposite. Oh, to move a camera backwards is the same as moving the entire scene forward. Yeah, yeah. Okay, we've got a matrix for that. Okay. Identity. Translate, then rotate. Rotate around. So there's something wrong with what we're translating and rotating about. I want it to be around the corner of the rectangle itself. Y is up and plus 0 is towards you. Yes, correct. Oh gosh, 15 more minutes. I think this is close, but I think that because the X appears to be about right, it's the Y value, which in my world is inverted. So let's just run this again. Let's look at it and see if we can figure out what's going on. Let us also... come on, OBS. Okay, let's put this away. Okay. About. So this is right below where we want. And this is rotating about roughly the same point, right? When the angle is 0, it's at the right place. So we're rotating around the wrong point. I would be fine if it was rotating around this corner, or this corner, or this corner, or this corner, but it's not. It's rotating about something down here. Let me look at the... What are we scaling between? So if we scale all the way to 1, let's just scale, not -1 to 1. We want to scale times a half plus a half. That should be from 0 to 1. So that should bring, when it's at 1, it should be at the point where we want in the scene. Similar to the rotation. Boom, yep. So when it's at scale 1, it's at the right place. Just as this rotation, when it's at angle 0, it's at the right place. Back about, yeah, it starts from here. So why is it below the screen? It's where it's relative to. And our base flats here. It's almost like this Y is not correct, except that everything, if these are not there, everything else looks fine. That Y is definitely the correct location. So where's this offset coming from? Why is it rotating around something else? I think we're close. If I remember right, center X and center Y are 0. if I add the y. So if I add the y, it's way above. If I subtract the y, it's way below. Translate, rotate, scale. Translate, then rotate. Thumb. So what's wrong with this minus y? Plus y. Does it matter? I'm going to do something like texture quad. Set rectangle. Move it to a place. We say it's dirty, and here's the rectangle. When we render, if it's dirty, we calculate our new vertex positions, which are at 0, 0, 0, negative height, because I like my y being the other way in screen space, width, and minus y, minus height, and width and 0. So we have a 0, 0 in our matrix. Why is it not rotating about that? There's our texture, there's our MVP times our transform. Because the MVP comes from gets the camera. So it's camera times our transform. Which is here. We are rebuilding our transform. Translate, then rotate, then scale. Except it's rotating somewhere below the screen. The X is correct. Uh, 10 minutes. Open Jill. Rotating about inverted Y coordinate. I don't think that's going to help me. Rotating a sphere. X, then Y rotations. Moving all the places that are using the geo-rotate. Specific type of coordinate system, just like Lego has it, blah, blah, blah. Fluid identity. Translate. Translate. This guy isn't even rotating stuff. This isn't helpful. Oh, Here we go. Translate. Then scale. Let's have height. What is this? Yeah, this is not helpful. Like, I know what he's trying to do, but good. How is Y not giving me the right thing? Probably is the translate. It has to be. Nothing's going to show up correctly, so we can go to the about scene. Where at 0, this is correct. Minus half Y? I mean, that doesn't make any sense to me. No way that's the right answer. No way half Y is the answer. Yeah, it's still doing things well below the level of the scene. Render. Texture. Set it to texture slot 0. MVP, which is, but yeah, this would be basically where we pass in our camera and our parent transforms times our own transform. Then render. We can look at our shader warehouse where we do our text vertex shader. MVP times the position. Our position is the vertex coordinate. MVP times transform. Our quad is dirty, rebuild the transform. The animatrix. Translate, rotate, scale. I don't get it. I'm not sure what this other magical point is it's rotating about. rotate about a point. If we don't specify as x or y point to translate or to rotate around, and it's 0, 0. So it should be rotating around 0, 0. And I've defined that this first vertex is 0, 0. Is this my problem? Oh, interesting. Okay, I have an idea to pursue. We should not do any of this stuff with respect to the viewport height to invert our y. We should let our transform matrix do the flip for us. Right, that is a direction to pursue tomorrow. So let's go to, yeah, I think this is my problem. It's not rotating around 0. Oh. So here's a quick test, maybe. Include renderer. Transform 0. And then renderer, what was it called? Viewport .h. Maybe we have to flip that. It's not. It's fine, which means I fat fingered a key. And now, if this is closer, we may be able to remove that one screen flip. So not closer. Okay. Definitely on. But I do think something along this line is the right answer. X quad dot CPP. I think we're adding in an offset where we shouldn't. So we should. Oh gosh. Do we literally flip everything? Except it has to be relative to the viewport. Does my mesh need to know it? Okay, I think I know what we need to do tomorrow. So I think that's what we'll do. I think we're going to call it there for now. Let's see here. Let's take a look. I guess tech started. That's not even a task. Started looking into rotation scale issue, probably related to flipping y with respect to renderer.viewport.h in Vertex. Okay, so at least we have a note, and we can try some things tomorrow. So maybe this is good. Maybe this is good. Hopefully that's it. All right, thanks for joining. I've got to run. I've got meetings to go to. So thanks for joining. Thanks for all the comments, all the help, the links. Hopefully we'll get this done tomorrow. In the meantime, have a wonderful evening, and I will see you tomorrow.